All right, I am live. Yeah, microphone's working. Media's working, but I'm going to lower that down a little bit. Aye, aye. What is going on in the world? I didn't update the verse of the day. So let's see, what should verse of the day be? Bring the Bible over here. Oh, with all this chaos going on, I hope everybody's keeping up with the news, and hope people over in Cali and New York are staying safe and away from this obnoxious turn of events. Let's see. Deuteronomy is what I was reading today. But I think maybe. I don't know that I want to have David. Into a tiny screen here. We are going to put up. What do I want over here? 2 Samuel. This is ridiculous what is happening out in the world. I cannot believe it. If you guys don't know, there are quote unquote protests, which I'm just going to call straight up anarchy, in New York and California at the ICE facilities, or at least where they were working out of, I believe. We're throwing crap, lighting fires in the street. It's getting to almost riot conditions, and I'm gonna be paying as much close attention to it as I can, because people are just nuts. Can't have anything nice ever. But I need to find a verse of the day, so let's go with Romans. Oh, so then, brothers, we are debtors, not to the flesh, to live according to the flesh. There we go. This is a good one. The Spirit put to the dead the deeds of the body, you will live. For all who are led by the Spirit of God are sons of God. For you did not receive the spirit of slavery to fall back into fear, but you have received the spirit of adoption of a son, by whom we cry, Abba, Father. Yeah, good verse. 12 to 15, boys. Crazies. All right, I gotta open up ground control. Having a boys' night with the kid tonight. Got that. Yeah, house lights are on. Save preview. Open that up. Break it down a little bit. Sorry, getting things set up still. Ladies and gents. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Twitch, full screen preview, quick settings. No, that's it. Okay. Yeah, I can't believe this has happened. I'm wondering if it'll be better if I do this go live. Scene, do this. And then just bring over. So anyway, I chose Romans 8, verse 12 through 15. So then, brothers, we are debtors not to the flesh, to live according to the flesh. For if you live according to the flesh, you will die. But if by the Spirit you put to death the deeds of the body, you will live. For all who are led by the Spirit of God are sons of God. For you did not receive the spirit of slavery to fall back into fear, but you have received the spirit of adoption of sons, by whom we cry, Abba, Father. Good verse. I am alive. Family is back. Welcome back, guys. I am streaming. I am alive. Is Eli asleep? Just checking. Bring X over here too. Let's put in the bar. So, turn that light off for now. Kids can hang out and play games behind me. So, let's see. Dad's taken away by ICE. Okay, that's fine. Where are the protests? There. Like, I can't believe they're letting people get away with stopping them from moving. shelled by rocks. Throwing rocks is detestable. Like, really? They are trying to kill somebody. They should be arrested for that, especially against a federal agent. You could hear people throwing rocks at him. This is the guy throwing rocks. Oh, I saw this guy yesterday at the protest, I think, wearing a motorcycle helmet. Nope, not the same guy. I had a different helmet on. Anarchy, man. Like, unbelievable that these people think they can get away with it. And you know what? The sad thing is, they're letting most of them. He should be wearing a helmet. That guy's just an idiot laying in front of the vehicle. That guy throwing a bike at it. All to jail. Just send them all to jail. Naomi vows the ICE will not stop and promises arrest as federal agents confront Los Angeles rioters who are obstructing them. Yeah, I think a lot of these people should be more arrested. Shooting tear gas. BB guns? Sounds like they're out of CO2 if they're using paintball guns. Oh, they got grenade launchers on the bottom of the paintball guns for tear gas, I assume. They have the power, all right, but you can't own a gun in California, so you can't consider this lady. That's wrong. You shouldn't be. You are a city official. This is the mayor. No, and there's a different way to do it. This is the other craziness that was happening last night. Like, sheesh. Absolutely nuts. Anyway, to YouTube, to the comment section. Why isn't Katy Perry there? Like a 3-year-old is what they're doing. So let's see. We're going to live, baby. Let's see what's going on. This is nuts. Oh, there's ABC. What are they saying? They're just flying over. Of course, they would be parked next to a donut shop. And the other side's by a Home Depot, you know, where illegal immigrants hang out. I don't know where that's at. Let's see what Fox has to say. They're live. Mm-hmm. It hasn't worked. They're not protesters. Why are they calling them protesters?
Most of the scenes that we've been following closely all day have pretty much become police investigation.
Investigations? No.
Tape has been put up over many of these areas. It started
Where's the fire?
Parking lot of a Home Depot, where federal agents were using that parking lot as pretty much a place where
Again, a Home Depot where the illegals work. What do?
Some people caught wind that they were staging there. A group formed eventually of protesters.
Mm-hmm. I got to turn it up. I have it down all the way.
That's happened since in this area. The live image that you're looking at right now is about a block or two over from the Home Depot. It's caused authorities to close Alondra Boulevard.
You think that's better?
Pretty much the portion of Alondra
As
Boulevard
you hear me, I'm
runs
good.
over the 710 freeway.
Yeah, this is ridiculous.
Police have not allowed the protesters to get to the exits or on-ramps for the 710, which is just nearby. There it is. There are scenes on both sides of the freeway, I might add. So you see one wall of law enforcement there. I believe the direction that they're pointing in right now is the portion of the scene that's closer to the fire being burned. They're trying to zoom in to see if there are, in fact, any patients inside the ambulance. I couldn't make out anybody from my vantage point.
Go easy on them is what I say. Do not go easy on these people.
Remaining vigilant in case there is the need to help anybody who's injured. There's been a large amount of blasts that we've seen throughout the course of the day. We know that officers have been using less than lethal rounds, including flashbangs, pepper spray. It is hot out there, and these officers have been working for hours.
You're looking at live.
All right,
Point from the
keep it
ground.
live, but I'm bringing this video over because this one frustrated me a lot from Fox.
Live pictures out of Paramount, California, where protesters have been clashing with police all day outside a Home Depot. It is still unconfirmed whether immigration officials were conducting and have now been arrested in Los Angeles following multiple ICE raids in the city. Hi, everyone. I'm Joe Concha, along with Lydia Hu, Alicia Acuna, and Guy Benson. The big story tonight. Tear gas has filled the air as protesters clashed with police last night in Los Angeles. At least 45 people were arrested last night, while DHS says that more than 118 illegals were apprehended this week. The protester tried to storm into an ICE facility last night.
Newsom say? No.
In the city. Hi, everyone. I'm Maury. Tonight. Tear gas has filled the air as protesters clashed with police last night in Los Angeles. At least 45 people were arrested last night, while DHS says that more than 118 illegals were apprehended this week. The protester tried to storm into an ICE facility last night after being fired upon by radical speakers at a rally. Listen.
Free them all! Free them all! Free them all! Because
Free who? Listen, just listen to what the head of ICE
is an attack on all of us! And
attack on one of who? Are you all illegal? Like, really? Come on, people. I mean, if you're all illegal, just go turn yourself in, then it won't be an attack in your opinion. Yeah. God be with us. I gotta change something on Rumble. Edit. Gaming. No, this is... There we go. We're just chatting about the craziness.
Los Angeles does not back down for that kind of fight.
Continue fighting until we reconstruct every single institution from the ground up so that we can grant full amnesty for all immigrants. Demand full compensation for all of the victims of this.
Compensation for what? Arresting illegal people doing illegal things in the United States of America? It just doesn't make sense. It does not make sense what these people are talking about, man. They're literally criminals. Number one, breaking the law of entry into our nation. And then number two, doing other illegal acts on top of breaking into our country. I know California thinks they're so separate from the United States of America, and you know what? I think it might be good if California splits off. Get rid of them. Let them do their own thing and see how well that country turns out. The country of California. That's what they think. Country of New York.
Criminal injustice system.
What's going to change this is organizing, and not just any type of organizing, militant organizing.
Now, the other question I have, how are they going to be a militant organized militantly? Number one, New York, most citizens can't have a gun. Number two, California's, most of their citizens, especially inner city citizens, cannot own a gun. Like, they're not able to militarize.
Incredibly, Mayor Karen Bass is still standing with the protesters, saying she's fighting for all Angelenos regardless of immigration status, and doubling down that L.A. is a city of migrants, leaving out the illegal part. But the people on the side, as Karen Bass, are threatening ICE agents, spray painting death to ICE on dumpsters. Gavin Newsom also weighing in on the riots and blamed them on, get this, President Trump, accusing him of tearing families apart.
Why are they trying to kill people? Like, why are they threatening? Like, if they're threatening and they're caught doing that, they should be arrested for threatening a federal agent. It is ridiculous that they are not being more aggressive, in my opinion. They need to be more aggressive about what is happening. Be live. Crazy. Crazy. Sec. Eli. Me and my phone all nasty. But, yeah.
And this chaos has now.
Donald Trump's chaos is eroding trust, tearing families apart, undermining the workers and industries that power America's economy. So illegal immigrants power the Americans' economy. I think that is just completely wrong to say. So what we're gonna do is pray. Lord, I just ask that you watch over everybody in the nation. Make sure they try to give them a clear mind, give us wisdom, Lord, and just watch over those doing their jobs. Watch over those protesters, quote unquote protesters, rioters, whatever they are. Make sure they're not continuing to act a fool, and give them guidance, and let it be as peaceful as we can request, Lord. Just give them wisdom into what they're doing, and let them see what the reality of the situation, and what these officers are trying to do for our nation. In Jesus' name, amen. All right.
President Trump accusing him of tearing families apart. And this chaos has now spread to New York City today alone as protesters organized in Lower Manhattan.
These are all
joining us
criminals,
to break down everything in terms of these protests is Border Czar Tom Homan. Tom, how is ICE responding to these protests? And thanks for joining us tonight.
Look, we're going to continue doing our job. And yesterday we got 118 arrests. You know, I was out here yesterday to kick off this operation. And what people aren't talking about is ICE served, you know, several warrants yesterday. These were criminal warrants. This is a criminal investigation. and today we're continuing operations. They're not going to shut us down. We're out there right now doing operations. We're going to keep doing operations. We brought in more resources to push back the protesters, but I'll say it again, a serious warning. You can protest all you want. You got your First Amendment rights. But if you cross that line of impediment, or you're putting hands on officers or destroy property, you will be prosecuted. There's zero tolerance on crossing that lines, and that's what we're standing by. We're bringing more resources as we speak. We'll have more resources tonight.
National
we're going to
Guard,
continue doing the job that the American people voted Donald Trump in office to do, and we're not going to apologize for doing it.
Tom, it's Alicia Acuna. Again, thank you so much for being here. During the protest yesterday, a Los Angeles city...
I still can't believe they're calling it a protest. Oh, I'm at 725 likes. Yep, that's what they're doing. Throwing a fit like a 3-year-old, man. Pam. I think he meant Pam Bondi. And this lady's saying where is she? Wars are not anarchy. That's what she says. Wars are not anarchy. How is this a war? It's just people throwing a fit, which is anarchy.
City council member called for mobilization against ICE. Listen.
They know how quickly we mobilize. That's why they're changing tactics, because
she can't mobilize very quick. Maybe she's rolling there. Sheesh.
community defense works and our resistance has slowed them down before. And if they're escalating their tactics, then so are we. When they show up, we gotta show up even stronger.
So, Tom, will the Trump administration take action against these public officials who are threatening ICE agents with resistance?
Absolutely, and I think Pam Bondi and the Department of Justice are looking at that. And, you know, like I said many times, these elected officials or these non-government organizations, they can't cross the line either. I mean, we got people like, you know, Hakeem Jeffries saying he's going to dox ICE employees. You know, ICE agents out there with masks on. They're wearing masks to protect themselves and their families because they've been doxxed, their families have been doxxed, their life's been threatened, their families have been threatened. I know myself, I had over 1,000 protesters at my house. I expect that as the borders are, but these men and women are putting their lives online every day. They arrested a lot of bad people yesterday and today. They arrested child sex offenders. They arrested people convicted of robbery. They arrested public safety, not only significant public safety threats, but national security threats. They arrested gang members. We're making Los Angeles safer. And Mayor Bass ought to be thanking us for making her city safer. And the term migrant, as Joe Concha rightfully said earlier, they're illegal aliens. There are illegal.
100% agree with them. They're illegal aliens and they're committing extra crimes on top of already coming here illegally. First to go. Get them out of here.
Aliens in this country, and we welcome. We're the most giving country in the world. But these are illegal aliens who committed a crime by crossing this border illegally, then yet committed another crime. Again, yesterday's about a criminal investigation into money laundering, tax evasion, and some of the funds going to cartels in Mexico and Colombia that fund their operations of sending narcotics to this country, killing American people. This is about enforcing the law, and again, we're not going to apologize for doing it. We're stepping up. She says they're going to mobilize. Well, guess what? We're already ahead of the game. We're already mobilizing. We're going to bring National Guard in tonight. We're going to continue doing our job. We're going to push back on these people, and we're going to force the law.
Tom, it's Lydia Hu, and I want to ask you a little bit more about these Democrat demands that ICE agents be unmasked. Some Democrats are saying that if they don't unmask, they're threatening to dox them. Listen to this.
I don't know of any police department that routinely wears masks. We know that there are other groups that routinely wear masks. NSC 131 routinely wears masks.
Sending masked men to snatch, kidnap, and disappear immigrants of all legal statuses across the country.
Every single one of them, no matter what it takes, no matter how long it takes, will of course be identified.
Tom, I wonder if you can speak to that a little bit. Explain to us more, help everyone understand the threat that our ICE agents are facing by just doing their job, why they need to wear these masks, and also what actions need to be taken against Democrats who are demanding that they be unmasked, and what would happen if they do dox them and at least publish their identities.
Look, it's incredible. We're at a place where the guys, the men and women who enforce the law, they're the bad guys, and the ones who break the law are the victims. You kidding me? How come they didn't say anything about BLM? They're out there. They were a mask. How about the protesters on the college campus? They were protesting against Israel and the Jewish students. They were wearing masks. I didn't hear a word about that for these protesters wearing masks, but I don't think they're wearing masks for one reason.
Honestly,
because the Sultan ICE officers up over 400%. The Sultan ICE officers.
Letting too much go.
They're being doxxed across the country. And their families are being attacked. Their families are being doxxed. Their families are being threatened. And I certainly understand it. I allow death threats. I've been doxxed. My family's been doxxed. I understand it. But they're wearing masks for one reason only: protect themselves and their families. Exactly. They're doing a dangerous job. This is already a dangerous job. They got to wear a gun. They got to wear a Kevlar vest every day because they're doing a dangerous job every day.
Whatever illegal illegal activities they can, like that Maryland illegal that they deported and brought back to charge. Just human trafficking charges, minors and women, drug trafficking, like all kinds of trafficking charges. This dude's getting like pushed on him now.
While the rest of these people, like Hakeem Jeffries, are sleeping in his bed at night at 3 a.m., nice and comfortably and safe, there's men
Exactly.
and women of ICE on the
That's
street.
the other thing. All these people that are like calling for this like revolution, viva la revolution in California is like, they're just gonna go back into their beds tonight and just sleep cozy, on that. They're creating so much chaos in California.
Surveillance on significant public safety threats, really bad characters, and national security threats. They're taking it on every day. The men and women in Border Patrol standing on a dirt trail every night at 3 a.m. taking on the bad guy. So this is another threat against ICE agents, and we're asking the Department of Justice to look at these statements and see if there's something we can do. When do you cross that line on threatening ICE officers? And here's the problem. You got all these people now attacking ICE. You saw they're writing death to ICE agents. ICE agents been threatened. Their families been threatened. And you got members of Congress. You got some judges out there that compare ICE to the KKK, ICE to the Nazis.
Yeah, I don't know how I can compare them to that. KKK and the Nazis. It just doesn't make much sense. Then it's going to be every 40 minutes. That's going to be every hour, 60 minutes. There we go. To clean that up. Come fix Washington State. Yeah, you guys are next for the craziness out in Seattle.
You got city council people saying ICE are terrorists. They're feeding the hatred. And here's my concern. I've been doing this for a long time. It's a matter of time before ICE takes a life or an ICE agent loses their life because the rhetoric is at an all-time high and is being fed by people who should be more responsible, elected officials especially, who keep firing up this rhetoric. I'm telling you, it's coming. There's going to be a tragedy because they keep throwing gas on this flame.
Tom, it's Guy Benson. Good of you to be with us this evening. The U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi just announced yesterday that Kilmar Abrego Garcia, another now familiar name in this whole wider drama, has actually been brought back to the United States after being deported to El Salvador. Here she is detailing his alleged crimes.
Oh, yeah, I guess I gotta say alleged crimes. They don't.
Garcia has played a significant role in an alien smuggling ring. They found this was his full-time job, not a contractor.
Yeah.
Thousands of illegal aliens were smuggled.
Yeah, it's the
this
love
defendant
side
trafficked
that,
firearms
like
and narcotics
what they're doing isn't
throughout
right.
our country.
But we just want to love everybody.
And Tom, in spite of these details, some Democrats are still on the bandwagon here, it seems. Watch this.
The Trump administration and all his cronies who should apologize to the country for putting us through this unnecessary situation, and to Abrego Garcia for putting him through this situation.
Otherwise, he has a status which is withhold deportation.
Now they're trying to act like he's some kind of drug lord or human trafficker.
So, Tom, I posted this image.
Yeah, this is crazy. Maryland man, call him by his name. And everybody look up what he's done. Like look up across the board what he's done.
On X
Nobody
yesterday showing
anymore.
how some in the liberal media just insist on calling him the Maryland man or the Maryland father. There's a big exception there on your screen, which is Fox News. And as you just heard in that montage, Senator Chris Van Hollen of Maryland, the biggest cheerleader for this man in Congress, went on national television if CNN qualifies, and said that the President of the United States should apologize to Kilmar Abrego Garcia. What's your reaction to that?
Thank you. No apologies needed.
Van Hollen's an embarrassment to the halls of Congress. He went over and collared an MS-13 gang member, a designated terrorist, a wife beater, and a public safety threat. And as we continue to do the investigation, now he's a human trafficker who trafficked not just guns and weapons, but people, trafficking of women and children. So he's going to pay. We're going to prosecute him. So we're bringing him back here to prosecute him. We're bringing him back here to put him in prison. Then when he's done in prison, guess what? He'll be deported immediately again. Did any of these people ever meet with Angel Mom and Dad? Van Hollen had a young mother with 5 children murdered by an illegal alien. Did he ever meet with them? Did he ever meet with the victims, the hundreds of victims of illegal alien crime? No. He's an embarrassment to the halls of Congress. He's an embarrassment to the position he holds. President Trump don't owe anybody an apology. President Trump, in 7 weeks, gave us the most secure border in the history of this nation. President Trump is arresting thousands of public safety threats in this country every day. President Trump is making this country safe again, one illegal alien criminal at a time. And like I said, despite what's going on in L.A., I'm here now. We're continuing operations today. We're going to do this job every single day. We won't be stopped. President Trump is a game changer. I worked for 6 presidents starting with Ronald Reagan. When it comes to national security, border security, immigration enforcement, public safety, no one has done better than President Trump. His success is unprecedented, not only on the border, but in taking national security threats and illegal alien public safety threats out of this nation. I wake up every day proud to work for President Trump, and we're going to keep doing the job that he promised the American people he would do, and the American people voted for him to do. We're going to keep his promise to American people, no apologies.
And the numbers prove that, Tom. We see that border crossings are down more than 95% without 1 inch of the wall being built as the big, beautiful bill goes through Congress. Rhetoric alone is keeping people coming into this country, and obviously the job you're doing in terms of deportations. We thank you for joining us tonight. Thank you, Tom Homan.
Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey.
Yeah, Sean Hannity. Just crazy. People are crazy. Let's see, dashboard. So here, let's look at the definition of a protest. Just so people can understand. Statement or action expressing disapproval of or objection to something. An organized public demonstration expressing strong objection to an official policy or course of action. There you go. It's organized. This is not organized by any means. Yeah. There you go.
It's very possible that they could be, and there's some sort of smoke grenade that's been placed inside of that vehicle. Something is smoking. That's dark smoke inside that vehicle. Burning. So we very well may be seeing the start of a vehicle fire, and it looks like we are. Yeah. This thing is lighting up, and that's pretty much, police are going to have, presumably, fire crews are going to have to presumably move in and take control of this situation as it gets even more dangerous.
It looks like a third world country.
Again, this is the intersection of Alondra Boulevard and Atlantic Avenue in Compton, California. Dale's Donuts is that big donut on your screen. And
where
this
the cops are at, Dale's Donuts.
Vehicle fire, this fire is taking off. This, again, we're seeing this in real time. And we have no idea how this started, why this started. Time will tell. Let's put the 2 box back up. so that we can hear some audio from the ground. I'm not sure how close our ground crews are to the fire. You can see it in the distance there. A bizarre situation playing out in Southern California today.
Not bizarre. This is what they want. What their leaders want.
Let's sit on this for a moment. Let's bump up the audio.
I'm gonna say this is what their leaders want, chaos and hatred. I thought the left was all about love. What happened?
Here on Live Now, we work with live feeds, and that's what we've been relying on this entire afternoon as we've watched this protest continue. Sometimes it looks like things are calming down, and then a new situation pops up, and we just lost feed with the ground there. We lost contact with our feed on the ground there.
Burning the tires already.
Some of these people on bikes circling around this vehicle fire in Compton, California.
It'd be hilarious if he fell.
Just over the 710 freeway is the scene that we've been watching for much of the day in Paramount, California, the Home Depot, where, by the way, we haven't checked in on that
Home
vantage
Depot
point
for
in a
the
while. This is
illegals,
what that
donut
vantage
shop for
point
the
looks like
cops.
now. Over by the Home Depot, you can see some of the smoke from the vehicle fire in the distance. Again, this is over the bridge, over the 710 freeway on-ramp. Back to our
illegal protest on top of it all.
Aerial feed, where we see a lone white sedan engulfed in flames in the middle of a busy intersection in Compton. Traffic
blocking
has
the streets, trying to make
ceased
people as angry
now.
as they
We were
can.
seeing a scary situation playing out for a moment there, where we were watching some of the protesters and some of the vehicle traffic moving through that intersection. Now it appears, with the car fire going, people are steering clear of the intersection. I do not have direct contact with the people on board the news chopper, but it seems that they're, at least for now, slowly drifting away from the action. Let's go to our ground vantage point near the Home Depot.
I wonder if my sister's out there.
Deputies still remain.
She's swearing. Jeez.
We hear angry protesters nearby on this vantage point.
These people, they're not protesters, they're anarchists.
A second ground vantage point. This is
I need to stop calling it a
little bit
protest.
closer to the Home Depot as well. They're back over the vehicle fire now. Let's go back to that. And so, when it's safe, presumably, we'll see emergency crews put this fire out. We see loads of law enforcement down the road, maintaining a barrier so that these protesters can't get any closer to the 710 freeway.
Mm-hmm. When are they going to start
These
pushing
officers were
forward? That's a
staged
good
on
question.
Alondra Boulevard. You see some of those photojournalists documenting, and you see some of the officers with the riot gear. I believe these are LA Sheriff's deputies.
Disperse them.
All day we've been
Why are you
seeing
letting them do this?
what
They're
presumably
going to
could
destroy
be
this whole
fireworks.
section.
Some sort of blast we saw. It appeared some of the protesters were throwing something at officers. Time will tell what exactly was being thrown at officers, what those blasts were that we were seeing. And now we see a little bit more activity
chaos.
getting back into the streets here, as we see at least a momentary moment of celebration from some of these protesters. Again, we've been seeing the
Go back to
Mexican
Mexico
flag.
if you want to
and some
hold
of
the
these
Mexico
people
flag
look
up.
you
Like,
lose. Some of them taking photos in front of the car. Now posing for a picture with the Mexican flag in front of the burning car. We continue to see
like the
motorists riding around in circles.
Guys are kids. They're
Police
children.
are not in this immediate vicinity.
Oh, they're not doing anything.
They are down Alondra Boulevard, just east. All the police are just east
There's a
of where
little
this
explosion of the
scene
tire.
is. A lot of the protesters have been moved away from the 710 freeway, and now many of them have converged at the intersection of Alondra and Atlantic. Anybody in the area is advised, obviously, to stay away.
Avoid the area. Yeah, please avoid it. And go to Mexico. Exactly.
I'm watching for any sign that police may move in to quell this group of protesters. We do have a second vantage point of some officers with guns drawn. Let's pull this up. I think they might be talking to protesters by the Home Depot.
Soy Deputy Hernandez, oficial del Departamento de Guardia del Condado de Los Ángeles. La
And I have to say it in Spanish.
Una reunión ilegal. En el nombre del pueblo del estado de California, ordeno a todas las personas reunidos en el Home Depot y Alondra, que abandonen el área inmediatamente. Abandonen el área inmediatamente. Lo que significa disolver esta reunión y abandonar el área. Si no lo hacen, pueden ser arrestados. También pueden estar sujetos a acciones policiales, incluyendo el uso de proyectiles de energía
Where's the bus?
cinética y
Where's the arrest bus?
químicos. El uso de estos dispositivos puede
Yeah, it
provocar
is. It
lesiones
is disgusting.
graves. Abandone el área
They're going to probably
inmediatamente.
claim like an insurance on that too. That guy who burnt it, I believe it was his car. It looked like it anyway. Caught it on fire, and then he's going to put an insurance claim in for it. They're going to pay him because it's California.
Que deben abandonar el área que acabo de describir. Si permanecen en el área que se acaba de describir, estará violando la sección 409 del Código Penal. La siguiente ruta de dispersación está disponible. East at Alondra, a Hunsaker, a la calle Hunsaker, y haga una derecha. Abandone el área inmediatamente. Todas las personas que están en Alondra y Home Depot.
Yeah, they're so proud of themselves, but they're acting like worse than a 3-year-old.
Todas las personas que queden aquí están
Go
en
back and destroy
violación del
Mexico.
Código Penal 409 y pueden ser arrestados. Abandonen el área inmediatamente.
I'm with the news. I'm with the press.
They almost hit each other there on the bikes. Illegal assembly.
Definitely not.
Which means we need to break up this area and leave If you remain in the area described, you will be in violation of Penal Code Section 409. You need to leave the area now. Okay.
They're talking. That guy looks like he's ready to fight. Absolutely crazy. Alright, just keep an eye out. Which one's better? That one's better. Alright, I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. I'm gonna leave this up so I can hear if anything's happening. Turn my camera off. I'll be right back. Yeah, he's got a mask on. Yeah, they all have masks on. I heard somebody say this was great. It's not. It's ridiculous. Childish. I'm trying to block the road now completely. Alright, camera's back. I mean, do they really like not being able to walk the streets at night? It's just what it seems like. They're all for the crime and for the trouble. Let's see if I can get a live control room. Crazy. Got you two up like crazy. Absolutely nuts and disgusting. Said again, the loving action, or the loving left in action, throwing a tantrum because they want criminals in their state.
Whatever you might want to call them. We've been watching fireworks all day. This is something that the protesters have been using. Some cases they've been throwing the fireworks at law enforcement. So we sit here in hour 6 of our coverage and still no signs of this scene
He's doing anything.
slowing down. I'm curious if we go to one of these ground vantage point shots, if we can hear the popping. No, not really. It is about time for us to go off the air for the day. This is a story, no doubt, that Fox LA is going to stay on top of. One thing I do want to play out before we get off the air, since all of this has to do with federal law enforcement, federal immigration enforcement agents, and some of the immigration enforcement operations that have been taking place in Southern California. Well, Tom Homan is President Trump's border czar. He joined Fox News earlier today. He actually spoke a little bit about what was happening in Los Angeles
Look,
today.
we're going to continue.
Let's listen into Homan from this afternoon.
Responding to these protests, and thanks for joining us tonight.
Look, we're going to continue doing our job. And yesterday, we got 118 arrests. You know, I was out here yesterday to kick off this operation. And what people aren't talking about is ICE served, you know, several warrants yesterday. These were criminal warrants. This is a criminal investigation. And today, we're continuing operations. They're not going to shut us down. We're out there right now doing operations. We're going to keep doing operations. We brought in more resources to push back the protesters. But I'll say it again, a serious warning. You can protest all you want. You got your First Amendment rights. But if you cross that line of impediment, or you're putting hands on officers, or destroy property, you will be prosecuted. There's zero tolerance on crossing that lines, and that's what we're standing by. We're bringing more resources as we speak. We'll have more resources tonight. We're going to continue doing the job that American people voted Donald Trump in office to do, and we're not going to apologize for doing it.
Tom, it's Alicia Acuna. Again, thank you so much for being here. During the protest yesterday, a Los Angeles City Council
I want to do it now.
for
Thumbnail for this.
Against ICE. Listen.
They know how quickly we mobilize. That's why they're changing tactics. Because community defense works, and our resistance has slowed them down before.
I already watched this lady.
Escalating their tactics, then
I'm boring. You gotta go to Taco Bell. You ain't gonna be able to get anywhere quick. Mobilize. Maybe I can snip it. What's he saying?
They arrested gang members. We're making Los Angeles safer. And Mayor Bass ought to be thanking us for making her city safer. And the term migrant, as Joe Concha rightfully said earlier, they're illegal aliens. There are
You like him?
In this country.
He's no crap kind of guy.
Who committed a crime by crossing this border illegally, then yet committed another crime. Again, yesterday's about a criminal investigation into money laundering, tax evasion, and some of the funds going to cartels in Mexico and Colombia that fund their operations of sending narcotics to this country, killing American people. This is about enforcing the law, and again, we're not going to apologize for doing it. We're stepping up. She says they're going to mobilize. Well, guess what? We're already ahead of the game. We're already mobilizing. We're going to bring National Guard in tonight. We're going to continue doing our job. We're going to push back on these people, and we're going to force the law.
Jelly girl.
Tom, it's Lydia Hu, and I want to ask you.
So, anytime we hear some of those voices, especially from people that are in a position of power, we always want to bring that to you to lend some context to what's taking place during these breaking news times. It does appear that the chopper is flying away from this scene for now. What I'm going to do is we're going to end our coverage here on Live Now. It is about time for us to go off the air for the evening as Fox 11 flies away from the scene. I'll recommend for anybody who wants to stay up to date on anything that's going on, you can read updates, presumably all night, from our fantastic crew of journalists at Fox 11 Los Angeles. FoxLA.com would be a great place. Oh, look at that. We see a helicopter flying away from the White House in real time. Don't see that every day.
Where's Trump going?
As I said,
where are they sending Trump?
For us to get off the air. I'm Austin Westfall.
They're not sending Trump anywhere.
Thank you all for sticking with us here while we've
it was a joke.
Some extended coverage about the developing protest situation in Los Angeles. Again, I'll reiterate, FoxLA.com would be a great resource for you if you want to keep up with the protest activity as the night progresses. We are going to go off the air for tonight. We do come back on the air tomorrow morning at 8 a.m. Eastern Time. Our East Coast-based newsroom will pick up the coverage. No doubt, we'll continue to watch for any protest activity taking place across the U.S. We're also going to be watching for any updates out of Los Angeles as well. I'm Austin Westfall. Thank you all for watching us tonight. For now, what I'm going to do is send it to a commercial break. On the other side, you will see our overnight playlist.
This is not entertainment. I'm gonna go back to gaming. Could just leave it. Yeah, gaming. I just stopped watching it. Free Mexico. Yeah, okay. Jews facing their own threats. All right, I gotta see what these guys are talking about. I love these guys. They're hilarious.
Pierce, man, schooling him, humiliating him.
I feel bad for annoying prick. I know.
They're live, and I'm watching them live.
Annoying prick. I'm very sad right now. My name is annoying prick, and I'm pretty sad. Pretty sad.
What's up? There's a war going on in LA. Did I miss something, or are they just saying like in general?
There is no war, man.
I'm looking it up. I'm looking it up now in your face.
A war between the state of California and the state of Nevada.
Oh, clashes resume in LA.
What clashes?
Immigration enforcement draws new protests. Tear gas and flashbangs have been used to disperse crowds protesting the operations.
Okay. I saw a video earlier today where they were trying to stop an SUV or something that was carrying illegal immigrants, and the SUV then tried to get out the way and eventually ran one of the guys over, then left.
Hey, look. Trump says Musk will pay the consequences if he starts funding Democrats. Have you seen any indication that Musk wants to fund Democrats? Sounds like if he does anything, it's going to be starting as a new party.
To be very honest, I don't think there's much that Donald Trump can actually do to Elon Musk.
I have to wait a second. I want to put a car was on fire.
Except they can humiliate each other.
Which kind of sounds like a problem. Serge Yasu in Tokyo, he wants more momos in Japan. Nail Bunny with Douglas Murray, she won Monk debate 1 year ago. Powerful. Oh, there was that debate, wasn't there?
All right.
Douglas.
I don't know what they're talking about, other than Pierce Morgan being annoying. Oh, there's Asmongold. He's reviewing this too. Yeah, here you go. This is the real reporting. I saw this guy earlier. Just spraying everybody and trying to get an arrest. Good. Arrest him. They're throwing smoke grenades. I saw that. Yeah, that's tear gas. Huh? They need to get out of the car and arrest all those fools, or at least get a group of people. Like, get the National Guard over there. Just like settle it. What ridiculous. Yep, starting another fire, or they had a fire going. Anti-ice. Two seconds ago. Okay, what's that? Well, I guess there are mass anti-ice demonstrations in LA right now, so explain why a lot of people stayed home. Yeah. Here illegally, you broke the law. 100% agree. Why is this so hard for some not to understand? Agents have immediately moved in and arrested anti-ICE protesters. They need to arrest more. That's the car that was on fire. Oh. Yeah, he sent a National Guard, I guess. Good. From the broadcast of Fox News, the Bid Weekend show, the U.S. Borders are Tom Homan said the National Guard will be brought in at some point Saturday night. The on-air declaration comes as Los Angeles County has entered day 2 of anti-ICE protesters forcing the law. I mean, it's going to get worse tonight. You're just going to have everybody and anybody that's a criminal out. You got 9 p.m. here, so what, it's 3 hours behind over in California, 4, something like that. Anti-ICE protest to make them want to go back home. I like that. Anti-American protest, anti-white protest. Why'd you have to bring race into it, man? Blanket proclamations do everyone a disservice. Yep. ICE agitators schooled by law enforcement in Los Angeles. One of my notifications. Tools for streamers. Summits live on X. No, she didn't bring her baby to that, did she? Really? How stupid are people? Bringing a baby to a protest. Yeah. Idiots. Do they have live? Where do I find the live streams? You know people are live streaming to this crap. How's it going, buddy, in Lego Star Wars? Somebody said release the guacamole grenades. Yeah, that's what that lady was asking for. Yeah. Yep, National Guard has been deployed. Stop, he's wearing a mask. Okay, yeah, you don't have to. Love you too. I'm probably gonna start playing a game here shortly. Just keep an eye out when this escalates because you know it's going to. Free them all is what they're chanting. I have no idea, buddy. People are just sick and twisted. Yeah, that's a... This one was crap. This one. They're still on the trip. Of course, NBC is on this side. Okay, they moved up to the intersection now, it looks like. Oh. Donut shop. Telemundo. I wonder what they're gonna say. Why are they talking about this? This guy's saying January 6th was okay. Everyone will be judged by Jesus. He's right. So enjoy this life because the next might be different. Pride is the devil and double standards is a choice. Turn a blind eye for your personal gain. And basically, yeah, we'll go back to what I wrote to him. We're not watching the video again though. I told him to step down from his pulpit and gain clarity, my man. There's this Stephen guy. I just like that comment. Keep an eye on that one. No sound. Where are they driving out from? protesters' perspective. That's where the action's gonna be, unfortunately. We go back to where you came from. Flux that up? Yeah.
Regrésense a sus casas. Dejen el área ahora mismo. If you remain in the area, you're in violation of Penal Code Section 409. Leave the area now. Leave the area now.
Oh, it's horrible. Oh, they're setting fires to the brush now.
Prohibits remaining present at an unlawful assembly, which means that you must leave the area. If you remain in the area, you will be in violation of Penal Code Section 409. Leave the area now.
Yeah, that one I agree with.
Leave the area now. La sección 409 del Código Penal prohíbe permanecer presente en una reunión ilegal, lo que significa que deben abandonar el área que acabo de describir. Si permanecen en el área, van a estar en violación de la sección 409 del Código Penal. Dejen el área ahora.
Guy on a motorcycle fell over. He's an idiot. He's trying to antagonize the police. Got the one I want.
Ask Sheriff Luna, about their role in all this. Take a listen.
Anybody has the right to peacefully assemble and exercise their First Amendment rights. But when that crosses the line to where you are attacking other people, utilizing violence, or any destruction of property, that's where we as a department have to step in, warn people, and people may get arrested. And the deputies
they should get arrested.
I don't think anybody expects our deputy sheriffs to be taking rocks and bottles without defending themselves. And we don't want anybody to get hurt. We really do not.
No word at this point from the Sheriff's Department if there have been any injuries, whether it's from law enforcement or any of these protesters out here, but certainly things have gotten hairy, especially in the last 15 or 20 minutes. You see some of those deputies up front pointing what could be a variety of things. They're shooting flashbangs into the crowd. They're shooting tear gas into the crowd. And even take a look at this. You know, we've seen this littered all over the ground, up and down Alondra Street, all the way starting from the Home Depot to here. This is the shell casing from a rubber bullet. Obviously using everything that they can to try to disperse this crowd. Not a whole lot of luck at this point, certainly smaller. And we should mention that we do hear the fire trucks. There it is to our left here. It's just about to pass the giant donut of Dale's Donuts to try to put out this car fire here. Hopefully those firefighters are not accosted or in any way have to interact with the crowd that have thrown fireworks, a variety of rocks and other projectiles at these sheriff's deputies. But obviously the scene still continuing at this point. Who knows when this will end, but Sheriff Luna mentioned they called an awful lot of backup here, and you see the presence out here right now. It's just a matter of which side backs down. I can tell you it's not going to be police first. We'll obviously stay on top of it out here in Compton. I'm Tim Caputo, ABC 7 Eyewitness News.
Tim, thank you. You can see from Air 7 there is a line of protection for that fire unit that is moving in now to put that car out. And looks like a hook and ladder already there on the
you want me to charge it?
Let's go back. I hear Chris Christie if he's ready to talk about
still
what he's
stream
seeing from
open.
up there. But it is really important right now to protect those firefighters as they put this out, because this could turn into a...
The crowd is standing back. We saw a few moments ago there was a car doing donuts around the car fire. We've seen bicyclists, some motorbikes, and some people running around waving the flags.
They're idiots.
But right now, those firefighters are now making their way into the intersection.
Point the hose at them. Spray them with the water hose.
Sheriff's Department making sure that the firefighters
They're protesting for illegal criminals to stay in the country and to be released from custody.
That may be encountered here, but or any confrontation that may
I stink.
ensue. But right now, it is basically an empty intersection. Has the feel of like a street takeover, if you will. And now you can see firefighters out of their vehicles ready to extinguish this fire. The protesters are basically scattered about. Most of them are either taking pictures with their cell phones or waving flags or just onlooking and checking out all of the...
Or just don't have jobs.
It is a spectacle, to be sure. You have the fire department about to put out this fire, and you have dozens of LA County Sheriff's deputies in a skirmish line. Now two skirmish lines
Expecting me to reach around and touch it.
on either side of this intersection as they just try and contain the crowd and push them back essentially away from the 710 freeway and away further into Compton.
Hey, buddy.
So it is an ongoing situation. The remaining folks who refuse to go home, some intent on causing trouble. Again, isolated of violence that have been happening throughout the morning. About 100
I'm probably gonna play a little bit of Last Epoch.
less by now, but again, has the feeling of a street takeover as opposed to any kind of a formal protest.
Maybe too. Night.
To give you the visual here, now you can see it looks like that fire is just about to be extinguished, guys.
Chris, thank you. And as we can see from your vantage point, from the sky there, we can see cars, still kind of going through, trying to maneuver around this. We've seen protesters throw things at this car that is on fire. But we also saw sheriff's deputies. We saw their cars kind of move in there just a few moments ago. You can see some of these protesters are moving away as sheriff's deputies approach them there.
Yeah, and this is a volatile situation. You have an intersection that is not secured right now, and that's what makes it so dangerous. We saw those cars moving through. There is no secure area here except coming in from the left, which I believe is Alondra, and you're dealing with kind of competing, like dueling impulses here. The Sheriff's Department wants to gain control of the situation. You have people still throwing objects at now firefighters and the Sheriff's Department, and we see some flashbangs continuing to go off. But once a line moves in, of those officers in riot gear and tactical gear, you start to get a panic, and that can set off the tension even more, where you start to see arrests being made, but you also see some more pushback, direct pushback with those officers. And so we're used to seeing situations like this where officers move in and they really want to lock down an intersection like this. That has not happened as of yet. It looks like the department is now doing that, looking to secure this and protect those firefighters, which are moving in basically unprotected other than their fire gear. The tactical officers want to get a hold on this, but you also don't want to start a riot. You don't want to start a panic, and you don't want to have a very dangerous situation for everyone involved. This is a wide open intersection with a lot of room, a lot of ground to cover, with a lot of people who are watching as well. And so it's a very tenuous situation where they want to maintain control, but you also don't want to start a dangerous public movement here where people start scattering.
Yeah, and you can see on the left-hand side of your screen there, you can see the smoke. This has already been a chaotic scene, hard to control, and we want to send it back to Chris Christie to see what he's seeing from Air 7. Chris.
Yeah, that's right, Sophie. It looks like the deputies now are making their way to the other side of the intersection to basically block off the entire intersection here. The crowd that was surrounding this intersection has essentially dispersed. They are still straggling around, but they have dispersed themselves. There is not a large group condensed in any one particular area. And the question must be asked, what would happen if they just left at this point? Because all of the anger is obviously aimed at authorities. Any kind of authority at this point is basically a provocation. You have agitators on one side, you have an overwhelming amount of law enforcement on the other side, but there really has been, for the most of the afternoon, it has really been almost like a standoff, like a stale standoff, where there were just two sides that are just, staring each other down, and one side is obviously, or both sides essentially, provoking each other for all intents and purposes. Most of the crowd started on the other side of the 710 freeway, and you could see, especially after that incident with that Marshall's bus this morning, why you would want to keep protesters off the road, especially off of the freeway. But now you're in city streets here in
calling them
Compton,
protesters.
where you have to wonder, aside from again, a few of these stragglers who are, looking for trouble or looking.
Well, the news is calling them protesters, and it's ridiculous.
Way, whether it's, peaceful or otherwise, if the law enforcement, you have to ask yourself, if the law enforcement wasn't in place here, would everybody just go home at this point? At least it's a question. But right now, as long as that large law enforcement presence remains on the streets here, you have people who are essentially provoked. They feel threatened in their own community, and that's essentially how this all started in the first place. There really was no ICE action taking place at the Home Depot, but the perception became reality, and that is what's taken hold here in Paramount and in Compton. Guys?
Okay, Chris, thank you so much for that reporting. We want you to stand by. We're going to come back to you in a little bit, but we want to show you what it looked like earlier in Paramount. We were live in Compton. This is video from earlier in Paramount. You can see so many Border Patrol agents in tactical gear, flashbang, smoke, tear gas. This is the scene from earlier today in Paramount. We also saw dozens of shopping carts in the street. That is right next to, or really across the street from, a Home Depot. We also saw fires started in the median. So again, this chaos started a little bit earlier at around 10 a.m. And then LA County Sheriff's deputies were called in for backup, for safety, for traffic control, just around 11 a.m. And so we've seen dozens of sheriff's deputies kind of jump in to assist on this situation.
There was a thought that Home Depot was the site of another ICE raid. It turns out in Paramount that was not the case. Across the street from that Home Depot, there apparently is a DHS facility where some troops were gathering today, and that became the focal point of this protest demonstration once again. We do know there was at least one injury. We know that because we have it on camera. This woman looks like she went down and seemed to be bleeding from her ear, at least holding her head. We don't know if this was due to flashbang, some kind of projectile, but she was bleeding around the ear. Other protesters tending to her there, but a lot of blood, as you can see, on her arm. We don't know how she is doing, what caused this, but there is at least one injury suffered during this morning's demonstrations.
And we want to show you some video of the U.S. Marshal bus getting off of the 710 freeway, heading towards Paramount, Alondra Boulevard there. You can see that bus, you can see protesters leaning against that bus, banging on it, trying to make it not go through, but the bus did not stop. The driver kept going. We did see one agent, or maybe two agents, get off that bus earlier today. Eventually, as you can see, those armed officers heading towards the protesters. It looked as though there were maybe some fireworks there, but that bus did end up making its way through, heading right towards those protesters who did not want this bus to come through, making its way through sheriff's deputies' cars. I mean, just heading right towards the chaos that we were watching.
Under siege, and it's reminiscent of what we saw yesterday, where a federal vehicle basically ran over or knocked down a protester in front of it. That person appeared to hit their head, and the officer's vehicle just backed up and pulled away. So hit the person, knocked them over, causing injury, and then just took off as well. We do also want to get to some other issues here, including President Trump's border czar, Tom Homan, who appeared on Fox News this evening saying his next move is to send in the National Guard if this resistance keeps up, and saying LA Mayor Karen Bass should be thanking him.
We're making Los Angeles safer, and Mayor Bass ought to be thanking us for making her city safer. This is about enforcing the law, and again, we're not going to apologize for doing it. We're stepping up. She says they're going to mobilize. Well, guess what? We're already ahead of the game. We're already mobilizing. We're going to bring National Guard in tonight. We're going to continue doing our job.
That, of course, begs the question how taking day laborers away from Home Depot makes the city of LA safer when we look at the scenes that are playing out here. But we have reached out to Governor Newsom's office about Homan's comments and are working to determine which National Guard Homan is referring to, and if the governor needs to sign off on that. We will bring you updates to these questions as they come in.
And Secretary of Homeland Security Kristi Noem posting to social media platform X regarding this afternoon's activity.
Noem writing a message to the LA rioters: you will not stop us or slow us down. ICE will continue to enforce the law, and if you lay a hand on a law enforcement officer, you will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
These immigration raids are sparking a feud between city and state leaders, including LA Mayor Karen Bass and the feds. The mayor expressed her outrage, calling the raids cruel and chaotic.
And frankly, I'm just outraged because what happened is that when ICE went in, they just took people away. And we just can't have this in our city. And it happened multiple places in the city. And what it does is that it sows a sense of terror throughout the community. For example, one location at a Home Depot, there was raids there. ICE was literally chasing people down the street.
And now the Department of Homeland Security is firing back. It released a statement reading in part, "The violent targeting of law enforcement in Los Angeles by lawless protesters is despicable. Mayor Bass, ICE is not responsible for sowing a sense of terror. The protesters you enabled are."
So there were questions yesterday about how detainees were being treated in Los Angeles. Congressman Jimmy Gomez, who represents downtown LA, and other representatives from the Inland Empire and Orange County said they
No, I'm okay. You can eat it, buddy.
as they tried to carry out their congressional duties and responsibilities to their constituents in going in and inspecting those facilities.
Now he's demanding an official
heard
investigation by the Department of Homeland Security.
I don't really
Gomez
like
says
committing to
he
things.
and other
I'm
advocates went to the
scared.
federal building.
But when
while
Verizon
44
announced that I could lock in a
immigrants
low price for
reportedly
3
being
years,
detained.
I mean, yeah,
He wanted to know more
that's
about
what I'm
their
talking
conditions
about.
and the conditions inside that facility.
We received reports that they were
Can you hear me now?
detained in the basement.
As you redefine what's possible, Lexus refines what you deserve. Because a car that doesn't make you feel something is a car that stops short of amazing.
Individuals and to see the conditions. That is within the bounds of the law. And unless we declare martial law, we still have rights under that law.
In addition to concerns about the conditions inside the facility and potential overcrowding, representatives are also worried about community safety. They say unidentifiable agents in unmarked vehicles pose a danger to everyday citizens and local law enforcement officers who have been called out to do crowd control and ensure the safety of people living near these raids. A major anti-ICE protest and rally is planned for tonight in downtown LA. People are gathering as we speak, and we're monitoring that situation right now.
Potential more unrest in our city tonight, and we're also keeping an eye on our weather. Another round of big changes this weekend as the heat moves in.
This is Google Pixel 9a with Gemini. It's free at Verizon, with plans starting at $30 a line. And this is Nicole asking, where the heck are you? And Gemini helping you respond in the style of Shakespeare. Get Google Pixel 9a on us and our new 3-year price lock guarantee with plans starting at $30 a line.
Alright, that's commercial. Let's see if I can get this to capture.
Welcome back. Let's check in with Danny Romero for a look at your forecast.
All right, thanks very much, Sophie and Joy. I tell you what, a couple things we're working for. It's kind of got a tale of two areas going on. On the coast, cloudy, fog evens. Here's the morning shot of our Malibu coastline. Look at that very thick marine layer and sticking around most of the day for at least the influence of the cooler temperatures. Now, inland, you get away from those clouds, whole different stories. Here's Malibu right now. Here in the 5 o'clock hour, we can see that cool sea breeze brings 62 degrees under mostly sunny skies. You go inland a bit to the Burbank area, the Valley area, there we're going to see a little more heat going on. 73 there. Again, still on the mild temp side. However, that's going to change the next few days. I'll show you that in 7 days in a bit. For the most part, we're going to be in that good to moderate range as far as the air quality, but we have a couple spots here on the IE that's got a little more concern there. This air quality is unhealthy for sensitive groups, so in those spots, especially keep an eye on people that are affected by that or maybe stay indoors. Now, here's what's working for us. The weather maker is this low sitting right here off the coast. That's turning in that counterclockwise motion, bringing that marine layer really strong on the beach areas through the night and morning hours, certainly. And they're sticking around most of the day, so the temps on the beach stay cooler. But inland spots get a little more clearing a little sooner in the day, but the temps are going to be a little bit warmer. However, not real warm until we get to Monday and Tuesday. That low then starts to move out of the area by next week, and when it does, now I got a ridge of high pressure right here building in. That's going to give us a little bit of stronger offshore flow, and that means warmer temps coming our way. That's going to be the temps on the rise, even some heat coming our way. I'll show you those 7-day forecast here in a bit. Looking at temps overnight going down the 50s and 60s most spots. A pretty mild night all over SoCal. 59 for Pasadena, 64 Redondo Beach. Get down to 45 for a cooler night at Big Bear. Then tomorrow, okay, a little heat going on. So we'll go near 90 in San Bernardino at 89. We do, of course, do triple digits in Palm Springs, 109 there. But look at that, 40 degrees less, 69 for Dana Point. Mission Viejo, 79 for tomorrow. We'll go 80s for Pasadena, Glendale, and Covina. We'll hit 81 for Wrightwood, 98 for Apple Valley. And the warmer spots, well, you head inland. You go 88s in Ojai. You'll see 88 for Santa Clarita as well. But on the coast, whole different story. 71 for Malibu, 73 for Oxnard. Looking ahead on the AccuWeather 7-day forecast, going to stay kind of on the mild side, 79s, somewhat above average. And then the real heat comes Monday into Tuesday. There we're going to see numbers going to 81 and 80. By the time we get to...
Okay, buddy. Yeah. TV might be a little good. The remote. Okay. You gonna sleep on the couch tonight, or you gonna sleep in your room? You can do either. I'm trying to get this. What? Phineas and Ferb? It's funny kids show.
Who is not far from there, but in
This is crazy. Crazy, crazy. All right, now I can play some games and watch this stupidity of people. Just can't believe it. Oh, I forget. I have to add it too. Crazy lady. Go to the bathroom again. I can't believe it. They're still throwing smoke and tear gas out, it looks like. Mm. No idea. Waving the Mexican flag. They're so proud. Why is he wearing a mask and she's not? Phone? Dude looks like Thug. Profanity, man. I'm gonna actually mute the media, I think, or the keep the volume down a little bit so you guys can't hear her swearing like crazy. A lot of helicopters over top. Oh yeah, it's tear gas. That's why it hurts to walk into. Oh, hello, Will. No idea. I already saw this lady talking. I thought this was supposed to be live. Said I thought this protest was supposed to be live. I'm looking at the LA protest.
That makes a lot of sense. Thank you so much for that explanation, Scott. I also want to put this up on the screen because we have been taking the
Yeah, that's old footage. Violation of law. Yeah, I got 1.2K likes on Fox News. Jack, maybe? I love this movie. He fell off his motorcycle and then got tear gassed. Yeesh. Aw. Yeah. Thumpy thump thump thump. Oh, these people are crazy. Have you seen what's going on in LA, Will? Have you seen what's been going on in LA? The anti-ICE riots? Cars, yeah. Well, that was a pro-Palestine guy there. So much crazy crap going on. Do they not have a SWAT team out in LA? Of course, they were staking out a Home Depot. It only makes sense for illegals to be there. And the police are by the donut shop.
See.
Commercial break. They light another fire? No, this is old footage.
Reload. Yeah, but I think it was just like a coincidence. That was luck too. Yeah. Oh.
It has been a shield. Hey. Old footage. Saying it's live. Can we read?
Approaching at the Monrovia station.
Just west of the 710 north of 91.
I'm still getting everything set up. I'm pretty close.
I want to P160 Roger.
45.
If he's driving there, he might be good. I don't know what I'm doing. Trying to find more live streams. You said Thanos? Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that's kind of messed up. You already like destroyed half the planet. Now it's gonna be even half a population. That is, yeah. I don't know. No, you're not. Nope, they're doing the same thing. Darn it. Be right back. Mm-hmm. Ba, 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 da, 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 da.
Of defense. So the words on social media do not
Replay. I don't want a replay. I want live. Keep an eye out. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Whatchamacallit, news channels aren't really covering it as well as I want them to. They're just showing replays of what happened earlier, and it's like, no, show me what's happening now. I want a full, like, now view. This lady's stupid, though. You see this? No, no. Some lady brought her baby to the riot, or to the protest riot, and the baby got tear gassed because she was probably up front yelling and shouting. Parents of the year for sure. So they were shooting tear gas at these people to disperse the crowd basically, and make them spread out. Oh. It would hurt. just not. They're not keeping up with it. Oh, there's live. I gotta hit the live button. For replay. But anyway, idiots. Complete idiot. No, not you. Free language for any CAA elected. The behavior of Trump and ICE is anti-democratic and anti-American. Yeah, I don't like commenting on Twitter. You want me to shut the lights off, kiddo? Alexa, turn the lights off in the family room. There's a dragon. Alexa, turn the lights off in the family room. I would like not. There's a Pentecost. Funny how all these people line up. Oh, I can hit a live button there. Hit the live button. Oh, people are getting arrested. Mm-hmm. No need for sound. Let's go to YouTube. Click the live button again. Another fire going on. Sun's going down. More crazies will be out. She, he, it, they, them, it. Oh no. President Trump is not being hard enough on Democratic authorities. The anti-ICE protests are getting bigger and more violent because the officers aren't doing anything. They aren't allowed to. It's time to put their fear back in citizens. When it comes to a government operation, hold these barbarians accountable. Yep, I like that. Live anime. Yeah, that's not true. Bringing law and order back. It will be done by any and all means necessary. 45 arrests. That deserves a repost. Oh, California. I think they're their own country. That's what it is. Sad. Yeah, okay. Hard-working individuals that have committed crimes. Everybody's got their phones out. What are you playing? Oh, somebody's throwing fireworks. Yeah, I know. Oh, can't believe fireworks are illegal. Uh, Backlash. Throwing They're making barricades. Crazy, crazy. There's the donut shop. More people are coming out. No sneezing. What? And we'll close. That one open. Why are they backing up? I'm throwing fireworks at the police now. More chests. %17%. No, not good. Car vlog is pretty cool. Wouldn't mind doing that. Right, well, we just drive around and complain about the world. Yeah. Having space in a house is nice. I got challenge this guy. But sometimes too much space, it just fills up with too much clutter. Yeah. I think it takes more work to downscale than it does to... More magic. I'm getting tired. No. Don't want to be tired yet. Na na na. Na 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 na. Threat. Got 100. Small idol, belt, scepter, junk, junk. Mm. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. He's gonna get killed. Zelensky's gonna get killed. Oh, don't want to sell that. I want that back. Where's it? Hmm. Go to the heart of hive. Hmm. Do I put another bow in here and just let it go to crap? I keep trying to like upgrade these bows to get some LP on them, and they just keep putting crap skills on it. It sucks. All right, lizard. I'm just dropping down 24 frames. Might have to close down the all the videos. Mm-hmm. Mm. Yeah. Hey, yeah. Dude's trying to get a helicopter. Why does everyone assume that I was like in favor of like the July 6th crap that went on? Like, oh, what about January 6th? Was that anarchy? It's like, it's a completely different situation and standards. I was gonna, well, it's completely different situation. Yeah, situation. Like, literally, cops were giving tours of the house. In this one, they're throwing fireworks at cops, and the cops are in riot gear. Like, where is? Live. Like they keep destroying the street. This is the backside. Ugh. Crazy people. I like this view. All right, go to the bathroom. I need to figure out how to get this Rumble chat put into my stream chat. Not that anybody's chatting, but Rumble, YouTube. Got YouTube in here. Oh, sheesh, this hurts. I know what I forgot to do. Will, why are you away? It says it says you're away on Discord. Grenades going over to the they throwing stuff at these guys reporting. They made everybody move. Holy cow. It looks like they all just got bombed with tear gas. Some guy dodged behind a car. Just eating stuffing. Oh, something's on fire. Building. Geez, look at that fire. Holy cow. They're just going to destroy their city. They're destroying where they live. So stupid. They're on the move again. The stinking car that they caught on fire is still there in the middle of the intersection. Those reporters better make sure they have reporter vests on. Or news or whatever. There's an apartment building on fire. Holy cow. These kids are just like ready to go. No cares to be given. Definitely a big fire back there. Holy cow. All right. IRT Media. Farm up my bows. Definitely have to go both ways then. Gotta go both ways, Bill, to get my bows. You have your gummies tonight? But that's your call. What else did I want to talk? Did they clear the street? Maybe they cleared the street. That would be good. That'd be everything's settling down, but I think it's going to be a long night over there. Things are just getting started. People are going to start drinking. All right. B-A-B-ba-ba. Yeah, I did it. I don't know. They're still kind of in the street. I swear that guy's gonna claim insurance fraud on that car. Because I'm pretty sure the owner is the one that lit it on fire. I'm wondering how he's gonna get home. I'm gonna start closing down the streets here. I can't believe cars are driving through at this time. These are all kids. They have no idea what they're doing. Belt of life. Freeze. And never freeze. Look at all that graffiti on the wall of that building. And people are okay with this. Oh, I got bees. exterminator. Killed him. But disperse it, maybe. Let me get it. There we go. I finally got it. Pacemaker. I saw him Piker being the same kind of commie as Bernie Sanders. Oh gosh, that's a lot of lizards. Did I check all the way over? No. Looks like it's calmed down. Hopefully it stays calm. I'll keep an eye on it though. Good news. It was getting a little crazy there, throwing fireworks and stuff. Ugh, my ankle. people picking stuff up. Oh, did they scare the riders away? They made it so boring that they don't want to be there. Okay, there we go. He lost. Game froze. Oh, got it. One, two, three, four, five. Looks like the police got that side under control now. No audio to this, so maybe not. They're still at the donut shop. Are they on the sidewalk? Are they de-escalating? That hurt. Leg spasm. Not fun. Not fun. Oh, that hurt. Police definitely are leaving. Oh, any over here. It's fine. This is where everybody's at, but donut shops though. Just a lonely Asian guy over there on the right hand side. I'm just down here to smoke a cigarette. I'm not a part of this. They're forming up a little bit more over here. Oh, no audio. Yeah. Are they dispersing? It looks like they are. Pushing the line. It inhabits the same land, speaks the same language, and worships the same God that it did 3,000 years ago. Yep. Well, they're moving them back again. I must say, these are all people from LA, so I'm not surprised that they're scared of pepper spray or the pepper grenades and whatnot. Ridiculous. Sorry, I have to take a lot of breaks in between the game. Either my wrist starts to hurt or my eyes get dizzy. It's like listening to the chaos unravel out there. Oh. Why are people beeping their horns at them? Like, it's just... Move them out of the way so they can go down the street. Hmm. I got a weapon. The chickens make a lot of noise, Tim. Sorry, I'm watching Timcast and this. What are they doing over here? Are they doing anything else yet? Throwing smoke grenades out. And cars are driving through. So they opened up the street again? Just gotta keep moving. And there's some kids standing in the street still. There's cars parked on the side of the street. This is up in Compton, right? Oh, that's McQuiver. Armor. Of course, I turn the volume up and there's nothing. Hmm. KTV, oh, Fox. Alameda Street. Where's the set? We're backing down the police. Kid's trying to argue with the cop. Let's see if he's going to get arrested. Oh, LA's so nice. Did all their dads go for milk and not come back? Like, why are all these kids out? No. About this quiver, how's that? Okay, well, now we. Oh, 136. A little bit better. Junk. Minions, assemble. You gotta be quieter now, the kid's asleep. Yeah, I'll keep an eye on this through the night. Looks like things have semi-calmed down. Nice car. There's a motel. He took the mask off. Oh, good. They got it semi under control, it looks. I'll keep an eye out, but I think I'm gonna end the stream for now and just watch and see. Maybe come back live if I'm awake when if anything pops off. But hopefully it stays calm now. Getting a little wild there for a bit. All right. Well, thank you everybody for tuning in. I will catch you guys sometime in the future.